slowly working through the coffee this morning. All right, so let's see. I wanted to play Grixis today. I've had a few people here and there asking about it recently, so I figured it would be a good place to be to check out today. So, what's some of the common questions we've had about Grixis recently? One, why no Scourge of the Skyclaves, and the primary reason being we just can't reliably get it active. So a lot of people have been playing Scourge as like a pseudo 9th, 10th threat in their shadow lists, and the way I usually describe it is, or the way I usually approach the situation is, if you're having success with Scourge of the Skyclaves, don't stop playing Scourge of the Skyclaves. Don't change up the list that you're having success with just because someone else says that it's not good or it doesn't fit. For me personally, when I've played Scourge of the Skyclaves, I've not had success in non-red-black aggro shells. From my experience, if you're able to get Scourge of the Skyclaves online, it's because you already have a threat down. It's already living and hitting your opponent, in which case I have more success if I focus on protecting that threat rather than trying to get down an additional creature that might require tapping me out, might not impact the board as much. I do recognize that Scourge is an extremely fast clock once it does get down. But in order to do that, I need it to reliably be down. Next question. Purpose of Mana Leak. So Mana Leak's in the board. Or I guess more specifically, why Mana Leak over Delay? Mana Leak is in the board of Grixis Shadow because we don't reliably have a threat down on turn 2. So there's going to be a lot of games where turn 1 interaction into turn 2 hard Mana Leak is going to be our preferred line, as opposed to like 4-color where the primary goal is getting a threat down. So you're going to have more games of like turn 1 interaction, turn 2 threat. The difference there is delay on turn 2 on some spell means you're getting down a creature on turn 3, suspend, counter, removed, hitting them on turn 4 once, suspend, counter, removed, and then by the time you've hit them a second time, they're getting that spell back. With Mana Leak, you just get to deal with whatever that spell is on turn 2, and then get down a threat on turn 3, hopefully with backup interaction of some sort, and work on closing out the game from there. Let's see. EE and K return, basically both nods to Auriok Champion. It's a card that 4-color has a much better time beating because you can traverse for a Plague Engineer. Tarmogoyf can swing through, but Grixis doesn't actually have ways outside of like Ambush Viper mode on Snapcaster to get it off the board. So K return EE gets a little more sweeper effect to deal with things like that, and then Go for the Throat as opposed to other removal spells. So the purpose of Go for the Throat is you get to deal with anything big, Scourge of the Skyclave, Shadow, Tarmogoyf, whatever. It's instant speed to deal with the combo elements out of Heliod. It dodges Walking Ballista, but test Uro, you coward. So yeah, Ceremonious Rejection is a nod to the increase in Tron decks that we've seen recently. I don't know if you've noticed, but we've run into them a lot in the last few leagues. Testing Gurmag Angler. What if we do 4-color with Uro like Friday? I like that idea. Dang it, Mike. No, you need to wait till I get off work to stream. I'm sorry I get so many time requests. People all over the place. Alright, we're just going to jump into the first league. Like, obviously my schedule is very to a T and no room for flexibility whatsoever. So... early afternoon stream. So you mean like going into the early afternoon or like starting early afternoon? I need breakdowns here. Starting 10 a.m. for you. So like now is a good time for you. I mean, it just kind of depends, right? Like, if we're hitting our stride when the afternoon crowd's getting off, then that's fine. Getting started earlier also means that, like, I have a little more time. So if I get started at like 11 instead of 1 or 2, I could probably fit in an extra league on most days. If this is a test Grixis sideboard, what would you say is optimal? Are you talking about like the optimal sideboard, or... I guess I can update Stream Decker. What's today? 17th. There's always going to be an element of your sideboard to an extent is going to reflect what you're expecting to see. So it's kind of hard to have an optimal sideboard. But I certainly do think that there are cards that are more or less... what's a good way of putting it? More or less adept to certain metas. I think I'm going to get rid of this island. It's not casting anything in my hand. Looks like could be a shadow mirror. Wagner, how's it going? Oh, never mind. A little hammer time. Alright. What do we got on top? Street Wraith. So now it's a question of how aggressive do I want to be with my life total. I think I'm going to take the Street Wraith because it just gives me like a free second Bauble Scry. Don't want to Thought Seize. Alright. So let's take a hammer. Say go. Second, it's a whole bunch of Street Wraiths. My opponent, unfortunately, has got their triple Colossus Hammer opening with Hammer, Sigarda's Aid, plus Stoneforge Mystic. Alright. So I think the play is Thoughtseize away the second hammer, play Gurmag Angler. If my opponent misses on a land again... then we're in pretty sweet shape. So let's think. If we play out the Gurmag Angler and hold up Stubborn Denial, we could Thoughtseize a Hammer next turn, but if my opponent activates Stoneforge Mystic and puts it into play, we just like don't have anything. So yeah, I think I'm just gonna go ahead and Thoughtseize this hammer. Pick up Pure Steel Paladin. Let's see. You're on Mystical Disputes and Aether Gusts. Disputes and Aether Gusts are both like solid options. A lot of times it just comes down to like what are you looking to avoid, what are you looking to have interaction against. Alright. So the hope here is that I can get my opponent to use Stoneforge mana to get this Cranial Plating into, or not Cranial Plating, Colossus Hammer. This could be better for me though, because if my opponent's going for Paladin, flash in the sword, or flash in the hammer, I mean, then I could have a chance to dismember the Paladin and counter the hammer. Passing the turn. So I'd have to go down to 3. I think it's worth it. I think that this can bait out the hammer. Yeah. If I didn't think there was a decent chance that would bait out the hammer, I wouldn't go for it there. See how much my opponent respects Battle Rage. Turns like this, you can often get free blocks if you just go straight to combat. If you sit back and do nothing, or like tank on your attack for a while, you up the chances of your opponent like not blocking. Because, oh yeah, if they had Battle Rage and I was just dead to it, they just go to attacks and kill me, right? So obviously we're trying to counter this Cranial Plating here. Alright. So my opponent did have the ability to get another draw step. And they could have top decked like a hammer or Cranial Plating or something and killed me there. See, if they hadn't blocked, we'd been dead to plating. Would we have? I don't think we would have. 2. Oh, put in plating with stone forge. Sure, sure. Alright. What do we want? Rejection's pretty good here. K command's great. EE's great. K return's okay. Go for the throat's an option. So misses Ink Moth and Ornithopter. Hits everything else. So we'll keep that in like the consideration pile. Snapcaster's a bit slow, but not bad. Cling to Dust is bad. Let's see. Expecting Path to Exile. So I'll trim a Gurmag in anticipation of Path. We'll go ahead and not bring in the Go for the Throats, just to keep ourselves from having something that's dead. Do we want both rejections? Let's see. I can trim a Thoughtseize. Let's just trim a Wraith. Once you get down to those last sideboarding slots, it's a lot of trimming. Will I try Mardu? We've played Mardu on stream before. There's a pretty sweet list with what's it called? That Fervent Champion. Stoneforge out some equipment, and then Fervent Champion lets you equip it for free. Spicy. It was a while back. Like, I'd have to go find that. I don't even know if it's uploaded to YouTube. Alright. Expecting Paladin. Or Auriok Champion, sure. Alright. Not in any big rush to kill ourselves here. Do we want to get this EE down? I think we can just hold up rejection. Like, we could play this out now, but it ties up our mana this turn. Do I want to EE a Luris? Opponent's kind of gone with the slow down game plan, which is unfortunately bad for this hand. We needed them to kind of push stuff out. Sigarda's Age, sure. If I get to rejection something here, I feel pretty good. The real Control Freak fans know about it. I'm telling you, it was fun. Fervent Champion was a pretty interesting card to play in Modern. Alright, what do we got, opponent? Hopefully nothing too scary. They could go for, like, hammer this turn, land, Luris, hammer next turn or something. Which kind of looks like what they're going for. Come on, opponent. Hit me with the Auriok Champion. Dang. Again, this is kind of one of those situations where I need my opponent to hit me or to play stuff out. It's just going to be Luris Hammer. Convinced that my deck doesn't actually want to draw interaction. Let's see. So I could blow up the Auriok Champion and get in an attack. I don't want to play out both of these shadows because I don't want my opponent just knowing that they're like free rolling our top deck. Well, now I could get rid of Auriok Champion plus Luris. I think that's worth it, right? Alright. Oh, they can flash in hammer. That's right. Touche, opponent. I don't know why I was thinking like, oh yeah, they have to cast things at sorcery speed. It does... Well, no, it loses flying and then they activate it again to give it flying. Heads up play. Alright. On the play. We saw that game that our opponent's pretty willing to slow things down against us. So the way that we combat that is by speeding things back up. Yeah, we're definitely going to be the aggressor on the play. Honestly, I wasn't expecting our opponent to, like, try to go with such a slowed down plan. So that caught me off guard big time. Alright, definitely taking Sigarda's aid. That card will mess you up bad. Pretty good draw. So I think I'm down to just get that on the board. Goose, how's it going? We're game 3 of match 1 right now. Getting some good old hammer time. I wonder if this is going to get a Colossus hammer. I'm shocked. Come on, add lures to the hand. Come on, add lures to the hand. Could just be like Stoneforge. Go get another hammer. Unearth Stoneforge. Get a third hammer. That'd be something. We were close to double Gurmy. If we had another Thought Scour, we could have. Or honestly, if we had drawn like a piece of interaction, we probably could have. We could also just randomly spike a Battle Rage off the top. Yep. Opponent might be going for the Spike a Sigarda's Aid line. Or Shadow Spear. It's a pretty good one. Alright, let's think. Alright, so I just got to pass holding up this Dismember. Spider Space, how's it going? Ooh, it's a pretty good one. Yep. Alright. It's going to kill Stoneforge so that they can't sneak in another equipment like under a counter spell if we happen to draw one. How do I feel about this matchup? Could be better. It's definitely not my favorite to run into. Like, obviously, if you see removal, it feels a lot better. But in a game like this, where we're just not seeing any removal spells, when we see one, we saw that Dismember, but we're 20 cards deep, and that's all we've seen. It's a little awkward. Like, our opponent's got one card in hand, and it's another hammer. So we're just like removal spell, battle rage away from kind of locking it up. So we attack with everything. They do what? Will that do? So the issue here is I don't get a chance to kill them unless they animate the Ink Moth to block before damage. Like, I mean, it's still just a really good card to have right here regardless. But if I want the game to actually end right now, they would have to animate the Ink Moth so I could shoot the Ornithopter and the Ink Moth. Yeah, like I said, it is just a really good card to have right here. So I'm definitely not complaining about it in any way. Plating, sure. Quick plating, yep. So they would need to have like Apostle's Blessing right here. So destroy an artifact, 2 to you. Or no, Apostle's Blessing doesn't do anything. What am I talking about? We're not targeting an Auriok champion. So their 2 cards in hand are Luris Hammer. They can go Luris, get back Ornithopter. Still dead on board. Or no, they're not dead on board. They go to 1. There's no way for me to stop them from going to 1. Tight game indeed. Like, anytime you give your opponent another draw step in Modern, it just has such a high potential to like cost you the entire game. Because now it's like if they top deck a pure steel paladin, they win. Another cranial plating, they win. Another Auriok champion buys them another. Any creature buys them another turn. Yep. Yeah, we just drew a lot of lands and not a lot of interaction. An opponent pretty well knows that they're on abyss mode here. If they don't go for this now, like, they're probably not getting another turn. Alright. Alright. Protection is a miserable mechanic. I wouldn't say that. Like, I think protection is fine. It's just Auriok Champion specifically, like, enables a lot of really weird synergies with, like, Heliod and the fact that it's really good against us. Or any shadow deck. But I think the mechanic in general is fine. For 2 mana, it stops a shitload of decks and stabilizes your life total. It does stabilize your life total to an extent. Like, it's not a huge gain. Against us, it's usually gaining like 4 or 5 life, something like that, over the course of a match. But obviously that depends. Alright, so this is the kind of hand, if our Dismember's live, the hand's great. If our Dismember's dead, the hand's eh. I think I can do better. On the draw, this island's pretty much dead. Kling's just like a redraw, so I think I'm going to ship it. This is better. Yep. Auriok did nothing. Yeah, like, if we had seen another removal spell or two over the course of that game, we run away with it pretty easy. But we did not. Alright. I'm all on board with dismembering a turn 1 Noble Hierarch. Okay, wait, hold on, hold on. What if we had a card that allowed you to draw cards and discard our dead top decks, like all those lands? Maybe it's a card that has value from the graveyard too. You're just acting crazy now. Alright, I'm going to go for the greedy line. Easy, easy payoff. Opponent didn't play a land last turn. If they had played like Landbird, I'd probably Inquisition. But because they're currently stuck at 2 lands, I think I just want to get this Gurmag down. Alright. Basic Forest, Noble Hierarch, Birds of Paradise. I have no idea what we're up against. I'm going to assume creatures. Ramping into big things. Not a whole lot of graveyard synergies. Opponent did not give me a lot to work with here. We'll go like that. Yawgmoth. Could be Yawgmoth. I would expect them to have like a 2-drop that they could play if it were Yawgmoth. Yeah, they scooped to the turn 2 Gurmag Angler. Like, I wouldn't be shocked at Yawgmoth, but I can't imagine them keeping a hand without some sort of a... Okay. Some sort of an impactful turn 1 or turn 2. Like, even a Young Wolf would be fine. Let's unravel your secrets. This is the weirdest Yawgmoth deck I've ever seen. Weirdest Yawgmoth deck. The 0-1 bracket strikes again. Colossification. Sometimes I love this game and sometimes it scares the ever-living crap out of me. Colossification. Plus 20, plus 20. It's what we call lethal. Also, Celestial Colonnade in their double basic forest deck is it's a thing. All right. Did this person lose a bet? Oh man, I'm so confused. What's happening as well? Like, they've got Misty Rainforest and Verdant Catacombs. This is obviously not a budget consideration. Just remember that. And opponent has put these cards in their deck willingly. God, do I just want to pitch an extra shadow? I'll pitch an extra stub. Like, I need some clarity, opponent. I was expecting more clarity. I should have specified. My bad. I go for the throating of Birds of Paradise. Oh man. I couldn't live with myself if I go for the throated of birds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're gonna die to a colossification. But on the bright side, next turn I can play out Gurmag and hold up Stubborn Denial. Lotus Cobra. Okay. You got a big old cobra. Colossification online. Alright. I will absolutely go for the throat that. If we were correctly doing order of operations, we should have go for the throated that when it entered combat instead of after it attacked. But We're gonna see how punished I end up getting for it. Gonna leave Go for the Throat because I don't trust our opponent with their shifty Lotus Cobras. Can we also appreciate how our opponent has made white mana purely off of creatures? Noble Hierarch beats. Alright. Hiya, opponent. I'm just going to keep holding up Mana Leak. Because if I get to Mana Leak this Colossification, I feel a lot better about this Stubborn Denial. Surprised opponent didn't Surgical us. I don't know what happened here. This was top 2 weirdest matches of Magic I've played today. For sure. Like, so when I see a list or play against a deck like that, my immediate thought, I pointed out that they had Misty Rainforest and they had Verdant Catacombs. So this obviously wasn't like a budget list or budget consideration. So they had a game plan. Like, they had something they put together that was coherent and functional, and I want to know what it was. Kind of wanted you to lose to see more of their deck. Same. Should have spoken up sooner. I'm curious. You mad 2 5-0s with humans? That's a turn 3 Death Shadow if I ever saw one. So opposing Lurrus, which could mean Rakdos. It could mean like a Devoted Devastation combo. Could mean another Hammer Time. Could mean Overgrown Tomb. So like Jundagro maybe. Ha 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 ha. Get out of here. Can't take our Gurmag Angler. Only we can take our Gurmag Angler. Ren 6, Tarmogoyf, Scourge of the Skyclaves. Well, I guess we're taking this Scourge because it's probably going to be bigger than everything else we could ever do. It's a pretty good draw. Can't play out the Gurmag this turn, so I think I'm going to pass. Because my opponent draws a fetch land, and they go fetch, shock, Ren 6. Well, never mind. Dang. I would have liked to have had that one. Play the land they know about. Just get some basic so I can leave Cling to Dust in my yard. Nope. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. My mono red hollow one breach list should be published. You said a lot of words in that sentence that I didn't expect to see together. My mono red hollow one breach list. Opponent doesn't know about this last card, so I'm gonna make them sweat. Yep. Pretty good one. Just gonna go ahead and kill Luris. Ugh. Now I gotta find a removal spell for this shadow. Kargan Intimidator. Cowards can't block warriors. Make something a coward, make something a warrior, whatever. Blah, blah, blah. Alright, Spider Space, let's see what you got. Hollow Breach. Flameblade Adept, Runaway Steamkin, Hollow One Ox. Ah! Different Breach. I was thinking Through the Breach. Underworld Breach seems significantly better. Alright, so they can Fed Shock to 5, 6, or 5, 4, make Shadow a 9, 9, so I'm not blocking this. Okay. Kill us with the last card bolt. You heathens. Alright, Battle Rage, bad. Take out a couple stubs, a couple wraiths. Yeah. Voila. I know, you do have to Through the Breach a hollow one. Alright, hear me out. Through the Breach in a Flameblade Adept. And then Street Wraith, Burning Inquiry. Kill them. Spicy. Humans is top tier again. I believe I played the list 4 times. 250241. So what would have changed recently to make humans tier 1? Like, did Uro get banned and I don't know about it? Did Mono Red stop being good? I need the deets. Like, not asking sarcastically, actually asking. Meta shift. Do you have what are you seeing to go along with this meta shift idea? Because I'm seeing something different than you're seeing, apparently. I heard the words Uro got banned and got a half chub momentarily before being let down. I'm sorry. personally have a better win-loss record against red decks than field decks. I am the complete opposite. I have a better win-loss against field decks than red decks. Uro's not fast enough. Board wipes are at an all-time low. Most of the top decks play 4 path as only removal. Infinite life does seem like a huge issue. Is that record just Grixis Shadow, or are you including other variants of Shadow like 4-color? I'd say across the board. Bant Uro, Sultai Uro, 4. That's not up to date, but it's still good. Where you at? Uro, Sultai, Teamer. I think for a while I was putting 4-color into the Teamer list. It's like, oh yeah, it's just Teamer splashing white. Jun feels terrible. Grixis green. Uro. So yeah. I want to just EE on 2. Not really, right? You're 5 and 10 versus blue-green X field decks and 2 and 4 versus green-white Titan field. So let's see. Reclaimer. Or the Titan field deck, if you want to call it that. Green-white Reclaimer. Green-white Titan field. Pretty good against that one. It just kind of comes down to show, like, why different people can have different results with, like, the same deck. I always think that's really interesting. Alright. Unfortunately, I have to commit sacrilege and pop this bauble on my turn so that I can play out my Gurmag Angler. I know I'm going to get absolutely roasted. Y'all are going to hate me. Terrible Magic player. Let's see. I was playing Grixis green, but it didn't feel any better than regular Grixis. I mean, I think the Tarmogoyfs are an improvement in the fact that you can more reliably get a threat. It's not by like a huge margin, but it is noticeable. But the amount that it messes up the mana to do so, I think might be too much. Alright, I kind of want to save this Thoughtseize to add, or to take Luris once it gets added to hand. It's a pretty alright one. So we can fetch and shock. Are we playing and cracking EE? Let's get the information. All right, push, push. So I'm kind of hoping to bait my opponent into this attack. I'm hoping they'll attack with both, recognizing that if I pop the EE, it grows the Tarmogoyf past the Gurmag Angler. And that would bait them into the Drown in the Loch play. But it does not seem that they've recognized that line. So we'll just pop EE, take out the shadow. Spell bomb, sure. Their hand is double fatal push. Well, they spell bomb us, and Tarmogoyf gets to stay a 5/6. Alright, don't have drawn a shadow. Or a scourge. Weren't you just dead if they attacked with Goyf? No, I could block the Tarmogoyf with the Gurmag Angler and Drown in the Loch the shadow. And that would actually kill both of their guys off. I wasn't going to pop the EE if they attacked with both. I just wanted them to make that attack because they knew about the EE. Because if they did, I'd just get to get both of their guys off the board and keep my EE around. Let's see, what have I missed? People still play Blue-Red Prowess. I know somebody just did really well, like in one of the last challenges with Blue-Red Prowess, or preliminary. That's what it was. Pretty sure there was like a 4-1 Blue-Red Prowess. Sure. I played Mono Red Prowess back when it had Arclight Phoenix. Like Faithless Looting in Phoenix. I always thought that was really fun. Yeah, I'll take the opportunity to Stubborn Denial of Renin 6. Want a blood crypt off the top, though. Believe I'm pretty okay taking that trade. Alright. I'm going to do the unthinkable again. Because if I see exactly Gurmag Angler on top, I definitely want to draw into it and get it down. And I think the more I sit here and make actions, the more likely it is for my opponent to pop this spell bomb for no value. So now we'll just get a swamp. Yep. Now you'll draw Gurmag. I mean, if it happens, it happens. Going for the dismember because I want to save the push and the go for the throat. I'll save that for when Luris gets added to hand. It's kind of funny that they would take K Command there. Like, honestly, with this hand, I think K Command's like the worst card that we have. Which I know sounds super weird to hear. I'm going to play the information game here. They're going to bobble us. I'm going to say, cool, I'm not drawing that card. Having your companion seized right after putting in your hand always feels bad. That's why I try to save like a Thoughtseize around against Obosh or Luris or something like that. It's a pretty okay tempo swing to have in your back pocket. Yorion not even on your list? Absolutely not. Have you seen that card? Alright. Need a dude. That's a dude. Am I going for Thoughtseize on a potential removal spell? I think so. All right. Oddly enough, we are presenting lethal next turn. So opponent's got one draw step to find an answer to the shadow. And Luris is not it. Any creature we win Second Ren and 6, we do not win. But they've already seen 2. Alright. Alright. Make them have it, right? Yori on taxes is the truth and nobody believes me. I mean, I can't say I don't believe you. But if a deck is only running a single copy of the card Soul Herder, is it still fair to call it a Soul Herder deck? It's still got like Aether Vial Ephemerate, Eladamri's Call, etc. I think nowadays Soul Herder kind of refers to the general idea of a blink deck, right? So, I mean, like, technically calling it Soul Herder is not correct, but them just having access to Soul Herder style questions or Soul Herder style plays. I don't know why they leave in bolts just to cheese you. They might not have had enough to board out. This dude took my bauble. How dare he? Basic Swamp Inquisition. So I'm expecting 8 rack. In which case, oh, never mind. Not 8 rack. Not 8 rack at all. Who's that idiot that said it was 8 rack? Second question. It runs 2 Uros. Is it fair to classify as an Uro pile? Let's see what this is. I'm guessing this is the deck in question. Is this not just Bant Ephemerate? Or are you wondering what grouping to put it under? Alright, so we drew Bloodstained Mire. Our opponent played Catacombs. Well, they're not revealing Luris, so I think we're just going to take this Abrupt Decay. And we'll say go. Playing Polluted Delta, because I guess there's a chance I might want to get Basic Island here. Like, if my opponent gets Forest here, untaps, goes Blood Crypt, Blood Moon. That might adjust how I fetch from here on out. But since they have not... Let's see. Blood Crypt... Alright, I could use this bauble for a scry, but I want to just wait until my opponent's turn to use it. And I don't want to be forced to tap down to an untapped fetch. Weird things happen on the stack when you don't leave up untapped usable mana. I wouldn't mind, like, Fetch Land Thought Scour here. Yeah, both name and what... I think, since Spike started putting up results with that deck, like, Bant Ephemerate might just be... Oh my god. Might just be an appropriate archetype name. If our opponent last game can top deck a Lightning Bolt, surely we can top deck Fetch Land Thought Scour on will. We are the masters of our own destiny. Except when it comes to Scourge. So I wanted Fetchland Thought Scour because this allows me to play out Gurmag Angler plus keep holding up Stubborn Denial. So I can go boom. It's different from the Spike deck though. Spike wasn't on Call of Dignitary. That's fair, he wasn't. And I don't think it was on Soul Herder either. Alright, so I'm assuming this is like traditional Jund. Maybe. Not 100% sure. I wonder how Mana Leak is against them. Like, it's another counter spell for Liliana. Counters like Clothis and Seasoned Pyromancer and stuff like that. Obviously, I'd have to cut something for it, but it's a thought to keep in mind. How do you feel about the Red-Black Shadow matchup with Grixis? Tough question. I think that it's not the worst. It's probably close to 50-50. Like, I think there are draws we can have with our removal that just get there. But we can also have really awkward, like, dirtle around hands. I think for the most part, like, I can't come up with the sideboard plan I want for that matchup. I keep trying to treat it like Jund and board into like a mid-range style deck, and the more I think about it, the more I don't think that's correct. Alright, what am I putting back? Just Wraith? Yeah. Like, the more I play the matchup, the more I think I want to be the aggressive deck. Like, the more I believe that we can win by out-tempoing our opponents. Who would ever waste 100 play points on a Boomer Jund League? This person. Right here. Old Cathanaki Kit 26. Cathanakit 26. Something. I don't know. Words are tough. Just talking about myself. Talking about all Jund players everywhere. Alright, I'll take this hit off the Tarmogoyf. Because if I get to, like, take this just to get down double Thought Scour, I'm pretty happy. Is there a chance I guess there is a chance I'm Thought Scouring them. Shadow off the top. Sure. Scour them, draw that. Second verse, just like the first. Are we doing it all? So here's a shadow. Here's a passing of the turn. The hope is that they don't have removal into untapped Liliana. That would make me a very sad Shadow player. Maelstrom Pulse. Steven, he Maelstrom Pulsed our Shadow. In the year of our Lord 2020. Love it. Love it. Also love it. Alright. Start with Scour, because if I draw like Inquisition, Thoughtseize, something like that, I want to be able to play it. I think I'm going to wait. I could play out the Gurmag and like make them have a Lily or something this turn. Like, obviously, this could come back to backfire if they just, like, slam Lily here. Alright. That is, in fact, Lily protection. In case anybody was wondering, they haven't watched a lot of the Shadow versus Lily matchup, Liliana wins a lot. So if you can do something to play around that card beating you, I'd probably recommend it. And these are the games that Shadow has the edge. When we're able to leverage the fact that, like, all of our stuff, counting out Drowning Log, Go for the Third in this case, is 1 mana versus their 2-3 mana plays. That's when Shadow has an edge. Like, we're trading 1 for 1, but we're getting to double spell when our opponent's single spelling. That's where you want to be here. Tarmagizzy. Yep. I'm just gonna keep hanging out with this Snapcaster. Because I'd much rather have the ability to snap stub something off the top than Thoughtseize what's in their hand, because apparently what's in their hand isn't dealing with Gurmag Angler. Alright. 2-2, going for the Jund 5-0. Have you been seeing a lot of Tron lately? I have. I've been seeing a lot of Tron lately. Like, I'm kind of surprised with this league, because I feel like up until today, the average league has had 2 Tron opponents. So I don't really know what's going on today that would have changed that. All right. Let's think. On the play game 1, I think we need to be more aggressive. This is better. Ditch the swamp. I know I've heard of people having a general rule of thumb with Grixis Shadow that if you have 4 lands, it's like an automatic mull, 4 or more. And I don't think that's the case. I think there are plenty of really good 4-land hands. You just have to have a solid game plan. Like if my 4-land is 4 fetch, Gurmag, Thought Scour, Stubborn Denial, like I'm probably keeping it. Lava Spike, A. So, seeing Street Wraith on top, I think I'm just going to go ahead and shuffle that away and say go. Oh, is this? It is Zoo. Fair enough. Now begins the intricate song and dance of the Shadow versus Aggressive Red deck. That is a banned card. Let's see. Tail's End is probably better. Stifling Blast Zone and being good versus Uro decks. I can appreciate the idea. But like I was saying earlier, I haven't really had that many issues with the Uro decks. So I don't want to just like go all in on... I'm just taking this, right? I don't want to throw away my Gurmag Angler to a Lightning Bolt. And if they just go like, fetch, shock, bolt you, then I get to untap and play a Shadow with a Stubborn Denial backup. Such a genius. Teach me, senpai. Uro bodies me. If we would ever get matched up against Uro pile decks, like, I enjoy that matchup, surprisingly. Like, I'm not saying it's a buy for Shadow or anything like that. I just think it's a different kind of matchup. And that's kind of fun. Alright, so we know they've got Lava Spike. Ooh, opponent's getting a little nervous here. If they try to block Wild Nicodle and Goblin Guide on Street Wraith, I get to cycle, or Goblin Guide and Wild Nicodle on Shadow, I get to cycle the Street Wraith to grow it out of range. The triple block. So if this is the case, I'll make them make the first move. So with this block, I'm okay trading Shadow for Swift Spear and Goblin Guide. That's what I'm presenting. I'm saying if you want to lose these two creatures, I'm okay losing the Shadow. And then it's up to my opponent to say, okay, well, I don't want to lose both of these creatures, so I'm going to cast a spell here. And that's when I get access to Street Wraith and Stubborn Denial. Because I just get to go back up Shadow, go. Like, you don't want to block in a way that you're not okay with how it's going to turn out. So this could mean that they've got an instant speed burn spell. Does attacking with both accomplish anything? Leaves me dead to like double haste creature if one of them's a goblin god. But it only gives them one draw step. Alright. Shadow Electric Boogaloo. Alright, what am I doing against Zoo? So we know EE's coming in. EE's definitely better than K return. I think Go for the Throat's better than K return. Is K return better than like a Thoughtseize? On the draw, I'm going to say no. On the play, maybe, but on the draw, I don't think so. Waiting on opponent to cast Curd Ape. I wish. I wish. Little wild Knockateel. So I'm going to start calling it. Alright, so let's see. Go for the third on top. I'm pretty okay drawing that. So we'll just say go. I don't want to play out this EE because it kind of just makes my opponent stop. Now I know I'm fatal pushing, so I'm going to fetch before this Goblin Guide trigger resolves, because if the Goblin Guide sees something that I want, I don't want to have to fetch it away to fatal push. Rift Bolt action. All right. What do you think about playing a Braids over K commands? Hardly get to return anything since everyone always has Path. I think the 1 mana more for having upside in like the Scourge matchup is worth it. If our opponents just had Goblin Guide every single game, like our flood out draws would be so much better. Let's go EE on 1. Say go. Opponent's got 2 cards in hand. 3 cards in hand. Yep. EE not acting as much of a deterrent right here. Gonna have to find a new card for that spot. Let's see. Blood Crypt is fine. Action. Not action. Yep. Not taking chip damage. I don't want to go down to 9. Though I'm probably going to have to. This looks like when I play Shadow, then I thought Scour and Mildew threats. I mean, it happens. Alright. I'm going to say okay to the 1. Yeah, I can go down to 7. It's a pretty alright one. So let's go EE on 1. Mire pass. Somewhere in this deck, there's a Death Shadow. I feel it in my bones. Yeah, I think I'm just going to counter this. Fusing to go down to 6. Got it? Don't got it. Don't tease me like that, opponent. Alright. Guess who finally found something with power and toughness? That's right, this guy. I'm so ready, opponent. Eidolon. Alright, if you got a burn spell, I'm dead. This is how we do it. Ooh. Good draws are good. Think I'm just gonna go ahead and take my my 3 points of life gain here. I can wait on the back half of it, but I think I want to go ahead and want to go ahead and get the front half. All right. Opponent decided they're not interested. So let's see. Need to update matchups. This is Grixis. We beat... What do we beat? Can't even remember what we beat. We lost to Scourge. We beat something. We beat like actual Jund. We lost to Hammer Time. What were the other matches? Beat Zoo. Ah, no. Come back here. So we'll just say Naya Zoo. Sure. And then we beat Colossification, which we don't have a title for that one. Alright. What are we making changes of for the next league? So we were a top deck lightning bolt out of Scourge away from being 4-1. And a top deck, what's his name? Pure Steel Paladin away from beating Hammer Time. So like we were literally 2 top decks away from being 5-0 that league. Like game 3 top decks. So it's kind of hard to say that, like, oh, the list is bad. Tails End. Do we want to try out Tails End? All right. All right. What the masses want, the masses get. Very classy, you named Jank Miscellaneous. I mean, I try to be appreciative of other people's design space. What about like that? Mausoleum Secrets. I don't have my Mausoleum Secrets build together at the moment. But I think we found out that Mausoleum Secrets is probably not where you want to be. Do we want to play some, like... I think I want to up the serum count. So we had a lot of games there where if we just, like, found a Serum Visions or a threat, we would have been in a better position. Young Peasy. Ooh, am I allowed to? Are we getting the okay from, or we already joined this one? We could drop and get our tickets back and play Peasy. Peasy with the extra cantrips? Alright. Alright. We get all our points back since we didn't start, right? Yeah. Alright, we've got... '18th land. Play our 1-drops. I guess we just use our old template, right? Let's see, we gotta swap these out. Doesn't take much to get Mike on Peasy. I do have a soft spot in my heart for the young Peasy Mancer. It's the only card I have with... Yeah. I think people often underestimate how much I love this Magic card. Look good. Looks good. Look good, feel good, play good. Peasy in the dart meta. Well, we're not bringing in Peasy in the dart matchups, right? All right. Who's ready for some Peasyification? It's like colossification, but a lot less classifications and more Peasies. So we need to... We'll let you... I hate how it doesn't let you, like, add periods when you're updating a deck list. Hand's great. It's not really great, but we're going to roll with it. Upload, browse, that one, set as current. Stream title, testing, Young Peasy. Update. Boom. All right, we're good now. What's Peasy? Yeah, Young Pyromancer. Steven, you remember that time I let you convince me to take Ceremonious Rejection out of my sideboard? Do you remember? Do you remember the 21st night of September? Bold move, opponent. Every time, indeed. Fetch land, not a fetch land. Alright. It's going to take a little bit of luck to get there. No. You got to wait till next turn. You got to use your mana to get your Tron online. Fetch land, not a fetch land. I guess there's always the chance that they just have Tron and no payoff. Pretty unlikely, but they don't have turn 3 Tron, so you win. Easy. They do have turn 3 Tron, or turn 4 Tron. Alright. They just naturally draw into the Tron land, I need to know. For research purposes. Alright. Pushes coming out. Dismember coming out. Probably don't want 3 K commands. That's a whole lot of K commands. Ashiok's probably not. I wonder if I like Ashiok more than K command. So boarding out a Gurmag Angler because you really, really want to see the first. You really, really don't want to see any more after that. All right. Something, something, hope and prayer. Boo, opponent. Boo. Boo on you. Need the shatter effect is now to Karn the Great Creator effects. So, usually when when we beat Tron, it's because we're able to disrupt their ability to get Tron online on turn 3. And I feel like Ashiok does more at preventing them from getting back after that. I could very easily be wrong. Alright, so we're not playing any copies of Mishra's Bauble, so Thought Scouring now doesn't matter. Our opponent has demonstrated their ability to do the thing. Stubborn denial. Stubborn denial. So good. Such a competent, skilled Magic player. That's a bunch of Karns. So one of these Karns gets my shadow off the board. One of them does not. Take 4 mana Karn. Agreed. Agreed. Opponent, just do me a big old favor and don't top deck a Worm Coil Engine. That's all I'm asking. So this is map for a blast zone, right? Which makes Gurmag Angler a pretty good draw there. Alright, my little Snapcasters. Today is a day that will live in infamy. Yes, go and get your blast zone. Or I guess your second tower at this point. It's like them getting blast zone means they can't play out a Karn this turn. If they're not playing out a Karn this turn, they're probably not winning. Never mind, what do I know? Apparently not enough about Tron. Blast zone, you got it. Scrying. Sure. Probably should have snap opted into turn, but this is where we're at now. No Ulamog, no Ulamog, no Ulamog, no Ulamog. This is not Ulamog mana. Ha ha ha. Yeah, snap opt would have been better. But we were past that point. Yeah. Hand's okay. I just need opponent to mulligan to 2. They're at 4. 3. Are we going to get our 2-card wish? All right, so funny situation here. My opponent has mulled to 3 and led on basic forest. So I am never going to play this Inquisition. There is like no benefit from me playing it. There's just a lot of potential downside if my opponent happens to have a Veil of Summer and I get to help them draw into a functional hand. But now that they have tapped down off of said Veil of Summer. Alright. Yeah, if they tap down on it, terms change completely. But if they just held up that forest, I would never cast that Inquisition. Didn't even need that rejection. I kind of wanted the rejection. See, I figured they were trying to Karn with Veil up the second game, but they never did. I mean, would have been good. Alright. I think we're shipping this. Turn 3 K command on the draw. Probably not where we want to be. BG Woodward. That's not G. We've got the B, but no G. Boo! Boo! Take a shadow. I got you, opponent. Got you. Godless Shrine does in fact strike fear into my heart. Every single time. We're so dead. Double Bitter Blossom. Peasy is going to be pretty good here. Alright, let's go ahead and get Fatal Push out of hand. Maybe not. We did bottom TBR. Which, to be fair, if we drew a TBR with a Gurmag Angler, it wouldn't be that great here. And if we drew it with the Shadow, I do just have a push. Game 2 will be a race to see who makes more tokens. I guess the downside is their tokens fly, right? Get Batter Skull. Never mind. Dude. Gurmag Angler. Gurmag Angler. It's tough being this extremely smart and skilled at this game. Just so difficult. So difficult. All right, then. So, Fatal Push, Feast and Famine, unknown. So what am I drawing that I want to play on my turn? I guess Snapcaster would be a really good one. The deck's been listening to you today. Sometimes it does. All right. Getting down this second Gurmag Angler would be pretty huge. I mean, I wouldn't mind if they never see a third land. Alright. Fortunately, I do have to delve all this. I don't want to have to, like, fetch and shock off of this. But I want access to red mana in case I do happen to top deck a Battle Rage. Oh no. Oh no. Our worst enemy. I'm going to attack first to decide what I want to do with this Street Wraith. Alright. I was going to say, if I happen to draw into, like, Battle Rage and go for lethal there, that would be sweet. Alright, opponent has found all of their lands. Just play sword. Nope. Nope. Go away. Be gone, Satan. Battle Rage off the top. Battle Rage off the top. Not a Battle Rage, but not bad. Yeah. That one. Come on, Skyclave pass. Dang. See if they see the ever popular play of play sword, equip sword, kill shadow opponent. Like, if they play out Skyclave as a blocker, they lose. Or no, they can't attack me. Heck yes. Summoning Sick. Summoning Sick for the win. So their hands push, Sword of Feast and Famine. Victory! And it's sweet, sweet, sweet victory. Alright. Yeah. You discard 2 here. Let them die to Bitter Blossom. I'm not that much of a fiend. Alright. K-Command's great. Peasy's great. Stub. Do I want Mana Leak? Probably not. Do I want Mana Leak? Maybe on the Kai's Guile, Liliana. Mana Leak's probably better than Battle Rage. I guess we could just go on like the Mana Leak plus Peasy plan. That's probably fine. Push over Opt. You blasphemer. I need card quality here. I can tell you how bad push is against Bitter Blossom. We're also not running EE in this board. That would be pretty good right here. Like, they are a Stoneforge deck, but they're not a dedicated Stoneforge deck. It's just like Stoneforge is a value piece alongside other things. They're not trying to just go in like all in creature, Stoneforge. Grim Climb and Bright Climb. I don't think I've ever actually seen the black-white pathway. Batterskull. Batterskull. I'd probably like to take the big stupid one. Alright, so all we gotta do is beat double Skyclave Apparition. Easy. Watch this Gurmag Angler off the top. Until opponent Kai's Gals us. I feel like just sacking or nuking our graveyard, making a 1/1 is not that great. Like, I'm assuming they're going to do it here. But I think you save Kai's Gal until it acts as a removal spell. Like, this isn't acting as a removal spell. Are we going to get the infamous Snap Mana Leak? Is that the direction this game is going? I'm flashing in Snapcaster. I'm not mana leaking here. The reason being is if I mana leak, I've got no answer to these Skyclaves. If I flash in Snapcaster, I at least have an answer to those. Alright, so we'll ditch Thought Scour here. We'll mana leak this, ditch Thought Scour. Or is it ditch Dismember? Might actually be ditch Dismember. So we've got a redraw off the Thought Scour, and that's probably a little more valuable to us. They ditch second Skyclave Apparition, which is very surprising to me. Which I guess could mean their last card in hand is a path. But I think if their last card's a path, then they need to... They should have killed the shadow on my turn if it was a removal spell. They shouldn't let me untap. Could be a third Skyclave apparition. Alright. So, let's scour, because we know we have a land on top. I'm not as interested in that anymore. So option number 1, we play out double shadow pass. Option number 2, K command, kill the Skyclave, make them discard their last card in hand. Option number 3, K command, kill Skyclave, get back Snapcaster. They didn't play a land last turn, so I'm assuming the last card in their hand is live. So I think I'm going to go 2 and discard. Doing it now because I don't want them to, yeah. I don't want them to untap and draw a land and then be able to, like, keep their spell and discard a land. So clearing's a redraw. So we'll play Shadow Shadow. Then we've got like Snap Dismember if they play a creature we don't care about this turn. We can Snap Dismember our own... Never mind. I was going to say we could Snap Dismember like our own Snapcaster and present lethal. They can't use Lock Thwain or they die. So I think we're in an okay spot. Alright, that works too. Ha 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 ha. That's how you beat your worst matchup. I know I've said it multiple times on stream before, and I still really like the example somebody gave that Grixis Shadow is the deck that's most likely in all of Modern to have draws that beat its worst matchups. Because if you just have like hand disruption into a quick clock backed up by some sort of permission, you're going to win a lot of games of Magic. And games like that kind of show it. Like, I don't think we did anything particularly special that game. We just had threats and interaction and a little bit of hand disruption. Wink Mage. Misty Pass. So, Typically, to me, Misty Pass says Uro. Like planning on fetching up a Triome into turn. So I'm going to play with the expectation that it is Uro. In which case I would rather draw a fetch land than a Gurmag Angler here. Like, these are going to be better than Gurmag. Alright, so I'm getting steam vents off of this. I know that it doesn't allow us to cast double shadow, but we need another fetch land anyway. And this at least gives me my red mana. Be like Path, Mystic Sanctuary, Beck, Path plus draw spell. Alright. I know they're going to have a path available, regardless of what I do. So if I can use the extra mana to my advantage to potentially get this shadow up to lethal next turn, then keeping the one around and kind of focusing my efforts on protecting it, I think gives me a better chance. Second Uro, all right. All right, let's think. Is stub, snap, stub better? Like, my options are Snap Serum, Snap Op, Snap Scour, but Snap Serum gives me the most looks. And hold up single stub. Hit for 4, play Shadow, hold up stub, snap stub. Yeah, I think hit for 4, play second shadow. It's my best chance. I do need a fetch to push the Uro. So is this counter draw? Yeah. So counter this, draw, stub still on the stack. Or path still on the stack, I mean. Another path. Alright. So fetch land wins it. I think we just have to go for it here. Like, our position's not getting better if we sit back and don't do anything. That does not kill them. And like if they have another path, they have another path. Or I guess Force of Negation would do it as well. Alright. Game 1 of the good guys. Snap Wraith easy. Alright. Eurodex. Got a big stack of cards that we can potentially bring in here. There's no guarantee that we're going to want to bring in nearly this much, but it's good to at least line it up. See what our board ins, board outs could potentially look like. Like, this is what I'm less excited about. This is what I'm more excited about. So I need to make like a hierarchy of what I would like to bring in for sure. So like I know I want Ashiok's. So there's one. I know I want Soul Guide. So there's one. I know I want Tail's End. So I've got 6 here, 3 that I'm thinking about boarding out. I don't think this is this a peasy matchup? Yeah, one push I think is fine because you don't want your opponent to just like get back an Uro while you don't have an answer or have like an Omnath or something that you can't deal with. Don't think K Command's great. So if I'm boarding out K Command, is that where I want to be? feel like I like Street Wraith a little bit more than that. Or not Street Wraith, but Mana Leak. Let's go like this. Let's see. Play Leaks over Soul Guide. And I think I want both Ashiok and Soul Guide. Like between Uro, Mystic Sanctuary, those are how you lose the game. So maxing out ways to deal with those is pretty nice. Alright, so opponent did mulligan. Yeah. I think Opt is better than a random draw next turn. Alright. Expecting opponent to have Remand, Mana Leak, something here. I would prefer Remand. Because this like opens up the possibility of them just top decking or playing out a Teferi on their turn. And that's pretty bad for me. If it were Remand, I wouldn't play out, or I wouldn't replay the Shadow after it. So, no, I want to keep Opt on top. All right. We'll get a little bait action with the Ashiok. So if our opponent's got a counter spell, I kind of want them to use it on Ashiok. They could have Veil here. Guess that's fair. Dang. Opponent gets to see our spicy peasy tech. Alright. They could have like Cryptic Command, but I guess they would shock that in if they did. So it kind of feels like they've just got air. Yeah, bottom in that. Check our theory. Yep, just air. So I think that means I'm just going to draw off of this Soul Guide. Yep. So let's see. I can snap Serum. Like, I don't care about this Ren. So I just want to get them dead. Like, Ren plus Field of Ruin is cute, but ultimately, like, it's not winning them the game against this Gurmag Angler. I guess Path to Exiles, they're out. Path Gurmag, minus Ren on the Snapcaster. Alright. Alright, Goose, where you at? You wanted to know how to beat the Europiles. There you go. They mold to 6. I don't really understand why you thought Scour yourself and Ashiok them, because I'm turning on, like, a Gurmag Angler as another draw. Like, I don't need to have a full graveyard there. I just need to have some stuff going on. I'm not trying to mill them out. Alright, let's see what we got. Ooh, amulet action. Or no, this is just straight scape shift. Alright then. Pretty good one. Search for tomorrow. Sure. Dryad, play Shadow, say go. Please don't top deck a Bolt. Alright. Feeling, as they would say, pretty okay here. Famous last words. Do I want Opt or Serum? Or Thoughtseize or Serum? Thoughtseize or Opt. Jesus, words are tough. We'll just take the Opt. Like, Thoughtseize is the guaranteed life loss, which is nice. But Opt is the card that's, like, not relying on their top decks to be live. So, fetch and shock to 8, which means I could snapcast. Funny enough, if I kept that that Thoughtseize in the yard here, this is lethal. But instead, I have to snap Opt and look for like a Thoughtseize or a Street Wraith or something. The irony. No combination of cards, huh? They just sacked both of their Valakuts. There is always a combination of cards that your opponent can put together to win. That's like the most dangerous thing to say in Magic. There's no combination of things my opponent can have to win from here. Hold my beer and watch this. Alright. If you draw like that, every good Shadow player has a stub in hand. Ha 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 ha. Why we exiled Thoughtseize with Gurmag? That was our 2 damage lethal. Because it was only our 2 damage lethal because we drew the fetch land. If we didn't draw the fetch land, that Thoughtseize was dead. So it was our situational 2 damage lethal. Also, if we Thoughtseized your opponent, you know they would have had the bolt for lethal. Probably pretty good odds of it, yes. I think I just baited him out of playing an Explore. Nice. I'm not saying this is a lot of shock lands instead of fetches, but yeah. Tails in to stop a blast zone. Easy. Easy. Easy like peasy. I think there's a reasonable chance we lose to one of our best matchups here. Would feel unfortunate, but can't do much about it. Maybe this serum finds mana leak. It's rough being this right all the time. What's it like? I wish I knew. It's not always like this. Sheltered Thicket, sure. Tribe Elder, sure. So we've got fetch land off the top for lethal. Sure. Maybe that comes back to bite me. Opponent's got... This will make 4 mountains, so that's fine. Battle Rage. That's funny. Wonder if opponent has a Veil in hand. It's quite possible. They could very well just go like Scape Shift Veil. So this is doing nothing. Who called the Veil? So this lets him kill Gurmag Angler. Are they shooting me in the face? Do they just have... Do they draw into lethal? Alright. That's how you do it. Just have the veils. I mean, to be fair, like, we drew for the most part what we needed to draw. If we would have stubbed the bolt, they would have had the veil for the stub. So that ended up not mattering. We couldn't have leaked because they had the veil. Stomping Ground Elvish Mystic. My gut says Bolt the Bird. Is it Green Red Elves? Is opponent playing Grape Shot Elves? Please. Or like Blood Braid something. Did opponent steal my no ban list deck? For those of you who don't know, I have a no ban list event coming up. And one of the decks I'm considering is Grape Shot Elves. Because it's fun. Oh my god, they do. What a time to be alive. Elves with Blood Moon. Crazy. All right. Do need to draw some stuff. Nope, we did. All right. This should be fun. Go for the Throat, K Command are both okay. Peasy's okay. Board out a couple Wraiths. I want to just board out all my stubs, probably. Like, I'm not really expecting, like, actual Blood Moon, right? Do not have K-Return in this sideboard. We are missing a color. We are missing an interaction. All right, opponent, what you got? Kitchen Finks. Kitchen Finks. I think I'm just taking Blood Braid. Yep. Yeah, we top-bottomed with Serum, so our next card's unknown. Unknown one, but a decent one. But will it be able to stand up to the might of kitchen finks? Maybe. You came in at the right time. And by right time, I totally mean when we play against the elf deck with Magus of the Moon. All right. How dead are we? We can shock, kill Scoos, discard. That survives for a turn. No prelim. Times the prelim. Has it already started? Alright. Well, then that's going to be a no for me. An hour ago. Now you're going to tell me no prelim with an hour ago. Nah, I got to get back some play points. So I think this is a free attack. Oh, not that one. Not that one. Opponent doesn't know about the Kozilek's return. We're about to rip off the top. I don't know what we're drawing to here, but alright. Combo elves, or value elves, I should say, the scourge of shadow decks everywhere. Alright, what was the other thing we were going to change and try out? That was like the weirdest 2 losses ever. Elves with Blood Moon and Scape Shift. Ugh. Keep it going. As question, why are you not in the preliminary? I mean, because preliminaries are they're okay. That's all I want out of Magic, right? Is to like resolve a Peasy into a cantrip. Some people have big aspirations of their Magic career. Like, I want to win a Pro Tour. I want to qualify for the MPL. No, I'm just a simple man who wants to cast Peasies and cantrips. In that case, can I interest you in Legacy? Well, basically going to be playing Legacy this weekend. I guess I should check and see if the event's going to fire. Guess I would have to ask Steven on that one. His hand's not very good. His hand is better by a fairly significant margin. He only wants it resolved in formats where it's bad. Yeah, like Modern and no ban list Modern. How's Young Peasy been? We have not gotten to cast it a single time yet. We haven't drawn it. We milled over it off a Thought Scour one time, and that's been the extent of our peasiness today. So Windswept Heath could mean Heliod. Do I want a Thoughtseize? Probably just want to get down Gurmag Angler, right? Save Thoughtseize for next turn. Like, I want to cast some Peasies. We didn't register Peasy not to cast Peasy. Freed redeemed Swag Reveal. We'll get that right after this game. Give me time to think about some reveal. I really need to start planning out my reveals ahead of time with you. It's only like 2 people that reveal this or redeem the Swag Reveal. Hydrate, I can do that one. Path to Exile. So is this green-white Reclaimer? That's pretty rough for me. And they've got a Blast Zone. Opponent's clearly not a fan of fun. And no Inquisition targets. So did they just keep a hand of like 5 lands, Path to Exile, Springbloom Dryad? Or Springbloom Druid? To me, that signifies a very big issue with Modern. If your opponent can keep a hand of 5 lands, Springbloom Druid, Path to Exile, and feel like they have a reasonable chance of winning a game of Magic. Like, alright, I'm going to get to Field of the Dead eventually. Show me the Titan. Or the Eladomri's Call. It's totally an Eladomri's Call. %, it's an Eladomri's Call. Our opponent's cussing at us in chat, probably. Like, can't believe you drew another piece of hand disruption. Like, nah, dude. We've had these. The God Call. We're so smart and thin. The 100% in Eladomri's Call read. Alright, opponent. We can do nothing about anything you do for the rest of this game. Alright, Gurmag Angler. Not a Gurmag. Will scoop to Primeval Titan. Will probably scoop to a lot of things. That's not one of them. Will not scoop to that. Opponent's over here like, it has power and toughness. It will end the game. No. We fight on. This is that joy of like, man, if we had just Thoughtseize turn 2 instead of playing the Gurmag Angler. Your top decks have been bad recently, so you probably got something good off the top. Opponent, just play your Titan. If for some ungodly reason this Gurmag Angler goes the distance, I'm probably going to cry laughing. Like, I know they've got this blast zone, and they can very easily tick it up to 7 in a couple turns, but I guess that does give us a chance to draw into a shadow if they do. All right. We're doing something. We call this a chain of events. Not that chain. It's not a good chain, but it was a chain. If our opponent can just be nice and like draw Skyclave apparitions and yeah, those. Draw all those. All right. I didn't mean draw them at the same time. Put some space in there. Yep. They can take up the blast zone, like they're, for whatever reason, choosing not to. This game. Let's go for the double combat opponent. Literally nothing can go wrong. Just fire them up. Yeah. Opponent does not have a Field of the Dead. So I don't think it matters who we block where. All right. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold. Brothers, hold. We gotta dodge like Titan, Field of the Dead. What else? Spring Bloom, Druid. Or does that only get basics? Only gets basics. Cool. All right. Who are our betting people in the audience? Who's taking the over-under here on the top decking something to kill us? Looks like putting a bunch of counters on Blast Zone. I don't know why they wouldn't, because if we don't have the Battle Rage, like, they get another turn. Alright. We're going to tank for a second. Because it's going to make it look like we don't have the Battle Rage. Totally drew a Bloodstained Mire for turn. Watch this. No blocks. Just putting them down to 1 do anything? No, right? Yeah. Putting him down to 1 doesn't do anything. So they've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 counters they can put on Blast Zone. So we're just going to play out this extra Kermie. Say go. Big bucks, no Titans. Big bucks, no Titans. Well, you've got an even number of counters, so like Ghost Quartering themselves doesn't let them get an extra counter on the Blast Zone. No Titans, please. Cast that Eladomri's Call. You don't have it. Opponent, you're a liar. Never mind, what do I know? So go get field. Yep. Yeah, they should have left open the ghost quarter. Alright, what are the chances they only block with one zombie each? That was a weird one as well. Turn 15. Ugh. Like, are we even saying that that turn 2 Gurmag Angler was greedy? Like, it was against what we assumed was a Path to or not a Path to Exile, but like a Heliod deck at the moment. So it's hard to say, like, oh yeah, that play was wrong, or that play was bad, whatever. Let's see, we're on the play this game. Like, we could have stubbed in Gurmag next turn. If it's against Heliod, it does... Like, if it was against Heliod, playing out the Gurmag Angler was better, because we need to get pressure on them. Like, I did not have the read on Green-White Reclaimer at all. Why didn't they make the Titan uncounterable? They did. They made 6 mana off the Castle Garen Brig, and then tapped the Cavern and floated 1 mana off the Garen Brig that they didn't use. Yeah, we could get a little read off them doing nothing, but like that also could have been turn 2 Auriok Champion or Conclave Mentor. Alright. It's a pretty good draw. All of these things are pretty good draws. You draw a Veil. Alright. Steve. They do have this blast zone. Just a little annoying. But I'm kind of hoping if I play out Blood Crypt Ashiok next turn that they won't immediately crack the Steve. Like maybe they'll think that they need to attack Ashiok down. Does not look like that's going to be the case. Did get rid of another Dryad and a Primeval Titan and double Garen Brig. That's kind of funny. Alright, so let's mill ourselves. Play Shadow. Gurmag. We'll keep Mana Leak Thoughtseize. Sounds good. So like now if they want to cast this Titan on curve, they do have to not crack the blast zone. Did I hear you lost to Blood Moon Elves? Yes. Yes, I did. Though between Scavenging Ooze, Magus of the Moon, and Kitchen Finks, I'm kind of questioning the elf part. But then they had Elvish Clan Caller, so... I'm not sure quite what that meant for us. Something, we'd totally win this game if we had Tails End. Rabble, rabble, rabble. All right. Yeah, we're not beating the Titan. Ugh. Shadow doesn't beat Elves too often, but no one really plays the deck. Right, Elves is a pretty rough matchup for us. Let's see. Lost one to Reclaimer. Do I have Elves on here? Or am I putting that under miscellaneous? I think I've got it under 4 color. You can beat it if you choose to beat it. That's fair, but we are not choosing to beat it. Mystic Sanctuary, go. So I expect like an Uro pile here. If they have Lords out and it's green-black, you get burnt out by Shaman. I mean, it's just kind of a deck that's tough to fight all the different ways in which they can attack you. Like, we could say, oh yeah, we're not going to lose to Lords and board in removal. Or board in extra removal. Target Lords, and eventually they're just going to amass a board. You could play sweeper effects, but like sweepers aren't great right now. Would appear our opponent has kept a 2-land hand. And not a lot to do after that. So I'm kind of hoping this this Gurmag Angler is going to be able to put in some work. So I'm trying to get K command here. Probably return Street Wraith. Make them discard. So my hope is I'm going to get to like soft stub, whatever counterspell they use to stop Gurmag Angler. And then just like hold up double stub after that. Let's see how far this plan can get. Step 1, complete. Got a force of negation? Nope. So typically, these Sultai variants are leaning on like Fatal Push, Blood Chief's Thirst, Abrupt Decay, maybe the occasional trophy. So I'm really working to lean on that aspect of just like making their removal awkward with Gurmag here. And I don't mind a second. Ooh. Second Mystic Sanctuary is pretty rough for them. OP about to psionic blast your ass. Please no. Don't do it, opponent. Alright. Fetch Shock, Blood Chief's Thirst. I don't really know what they were planning on drawing into there, but So I can board out all the pushes if I expect them to be on no Omnath. I think it's actually not bringing PZ here. Seems weird, but they have such a tough time dealing with Gurmag Angler that I don't really want to just play out a thing that lets them utilize their cards. From the creators of Can't Touch This, the Gurmag Angler. Can't push this. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Can't push this. No, 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 no. No, no, no. I think we've got a #1 single on our hands. I think I've got to ship this. Like, it's got the elements you want against the control deck. It stops Uro, but it plays into, like, Veil of Summer, Field of the Dead, which just wants to play lands, draw, go. Alright. High upside. Show me fetch land. Veil Force push. Just want running fetch lands. Easy. All right, we're doing something. Whether that something is good, no idea. But we're doing it. But if we get to go fetch land, Gurmag, Shadow next turn, then we're probably in a good spot. Push it real good. Please don't kick a Blood Chief's Thirst on me. Please don't kick a Blood Chief's Thirst on me. All right. Please continue to not kick a Blood Chief's Thirst on me. Please continue to not kick a Blood Chief's Thirst on me. Can do this all day. Maybe not all day. Maybe only most of the day. If they got to push here, they got to push. I'm not playing around stuff at this point. I just want to give myself the opportunity to potentially end the game here. That is technically an opportunity to end the game here. A Sultai Uro. A little Fonz action for you on a quiet, what is it, Thursday afternoon. All right, round number 3. What do we got? My money is on spirits. I don't want it to be spirits, but I know my luck. So that's what I'm banking on. If anybody's got any better guesses, all ears. All ears. Also, for everybody who's got considerations for a couple different things. One, we've got the Shadow Watch 2020 challenge that got completed. We are going to be having our big stream on January 2nd. It's the day of the Mana Traders main event, the Swiss for that. So that's the day we decided to nail down. If there's anything you would particularly like to see that day, whether it be a variant of Shadow or God, anything you can think of, there's a suggestion box down below. Go drop a suggestion down there. Because if I don't know about it, I can't plan for it. Rakdos mid-range. Did call it. Did, in fact, call it. I wish you hadn't, but past that point now. So I guess I can kind of play around Blood Moon. Tiny little bit. Maybe a lot. These look like good Magic cards. I think I want to draw Stubborn Denial first. So next turn we just get to go like 6/6 Shadow plus Gurmag Angler. Hold up Stubborn Denial. I guess. So let's go. Doesn't matter. Play Shadow. Play Gurmag. Say go. This deck looks a lot more beatable when it's not Ben Jones playing it. Push our Shadow. You know what? You got a Blood Moon. That's how you beat Blood Moon. You just don't care about Blood Moon. Duh. Easy. Alright, what do I want against this? Something like that. Maybe I don't want... Is EE better than Snapcaster? Like, you can't EE, or you can't snap anything back with a Blood Moon out. Unless it's like a push. But you can EE through a blood moon. Are we getting to do it? Are we going to get to do the thing? Beat that deck, slam Clothis, and Crocs out, grinding him. Yeah, well, let me give you the issue here. 2 cards we're not playing are Croxa and Clothis. Those do seem like really good cards in the matchup. But alas, we are not as big-brained. Please don't Simian Spirit guide me. Alright. Something, we've done the thing. Regardless of how bad we lose from this point, I feel accomplished. We did what we set out to do. Just a humble man trying to play humble young Peasies. And attack with some humble tokens. You see that 1 point? That's for you, Peasy. Rip my boy. You can hate him or you can love him. I guess technically you could love to hate him, but he got us to this point. He carried us kicking and screaming across the finish line here. And for that, I'll always respect him. EE on 1. You've got it. You know if that doesn't kill an elemental token? No. 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 Go away. This deck's a trip. I don't know what that's going to hit, but I feel like it's going to do something. Y'all remember that time we got to mana leak a Hazaret in Modern? This is it. This is it. This is the time that Dismember lived for. We won because of the Peasy Elemental token. Justice. Justice. Young Peasy wins matches of Magic. Oh my my god. Pour one out for my boy. I never gave up on him. You can't give up on the OGs. They're always going to be there. Matt, how's it going? That was pretty fantastic. It's not always a pretty win, but sometimes it's effective. Modern's a buy when you understand that the best thing you can possibly be doing is casting Young Pyromancers. Alright, so now we do have Heliod. Taking Utopia Sprawl, right? Cut them off white. Thought Scour in case we draw into a fetch land. Oh, there goes the cut 'em off white plan. That went bye-bye fast. Yep. We snap Thought Seizing the call. Probably. Yeah. Call plus Heliod. Alright. So Temple Garden off the top. Yep. That's fine. Now I can play out both Shadow and Gurmag Angler. This is a few more Gurmag Anglers than I typically prefer. Yeah, I'm not going to bluff anything here. So our opponent's down to like 2 known cards in hand. So if they draw something, the likelihood of them just going for it is pretty high. You draw the company, or is this Ballista? All right. So I can't attack with both. Because I'd just be putting myself dead to the Ballista. That is an Auriok champion. Yep. I needed something a little bit better than that. So we've got to attack with 2. So they have lethal if we don't have a removal spell. So they can Pendlehaven the Auriok and attack. They should know that they have lethal now. Alright. So a little Auriok action, eh? How bad do we want PZ here? Like, I feel like it's a really good play, like, on turn 2. Like, if we're just able to drop down Peasy on turn 2, Thoughtseize away like a Skyclave Apparition on 3. I guess we're just going all out. Scratch that. New plan. Opponent moles to 6. Second fetch land there is actually pretty good because that means I can fetch shock, cycle this Thought Scour, and fetch shock a Blood Crypt next turn to play double Shadow. So I get my red mana as well as being able to Thought Scour on turn 1 and get my life total down to 12. I guess we could just Path Gurmag, or Shadow Gurmag. Like if they're just sitting on Veil of Summer or something, I can afford to not play into it. Yep. So if they cast Heliod, we can untap and draw fetch land for lethal, which is pretty funny. Looks like the hyper aggro start might get there this game. Nice. Any changes for game 3? Changes basically come down to, do I think Tails End is good enough? Do I want the Battle Rage? Do I want Peasy on the draw? Don't think I want Peasy on the draw. Because on the play, I get to curve out like Pyromancer into them playing Auriok Champion. And I get to untap with all of my mana. But on the draw, it's a little more awkward. Serum here instead of Hand Disruption because I just want to hit my land drops. Like if my opponent's got an Auriok Champion, I'm expecting them to Windmill Slam it turn 2. But if they've got Veil of Summer plus Auriok Champion, then I'm just giving them a free value piece if I Inquisition them into Veil on turn 1. I just spent about 45 minutes getting a piece of rice out of someone's charge port. Oof. All right. Slightly less all right. So I would like an EE. One of your finest available, please. All right. Got to start somewhere. I've still got a Battle Rage in the deck. So I've got to at least give myself the chance of drawing it for lethal. Holding stuff in hand doesn't do anything. That's a pretty good one. We might be in trouble. We're going to find out. Assuming their card they drew off Canopy doesn't matter, and they're trying to figure out if they have attacks or not. Is EE our only out? I believe so. Like with these Auroch champions, we don't even get another turn if we don't draw EE. That's an EE. Now, I'm no expert on what number is bigger than the other number, but I think the total power of our guys on board is bigger than their life total. Poor opponent. No, opponent top decked the Heliod. Poor us. We need the sympathy. We're the ones playing bad decks in Modern hoping to survive, not our opponent. Oh, we're dead. Are we dead? Discard your hand and exile the top 3 cards of your library. Until the end of the turn, you can play cards exiled this way. What? Hydrate, gotcha. I'm not entirely sure what we are up against. Mono red wheels. I mean, Double Blood Moon's the piece that locks us out, so they could just like rip a Spirit Guide here. So maybe taking Ritual was better. Guess that kind of helps us against future. They drew third Blood Moon. Got it. So now we have to take Ritual and pray. I'm going to hope stubbing a Blood Moon does something. Huh. Opponent's draws have been third land, third Blood Moon, Chalice of the Void. Let's move on. See, I once got some hate from my Black-Red Prison opponent. Bought an EE hoping to destroy Blood Moon or a Bridge, but I just held on to it for a long time. Turns out I destroyed 2 Karn constructs for the win. Opponent Seath saying I top decked it. Those top decks were indeed some big dick energy. I cannot argue. Do I want EE here? Seems like alright, but not great. I'll just bring in 1. We did spend our luck last match. I cannot disagree with that statement. Nope. Yep. We can even sort of consider playing around Blood Moon. And by sort of consider it, I mean not at all. So we're thought seizing turn 1. Even though it means we can't fetch around Blood Moon. Because we don't want our opponent to have just like land, Spirit Guide, Ritual, Hate Piece. Like we need to break up that part. The rest we'll figure out as it goes. Perhaps we should play the Hoot Hoot Monkeys. Gemstone Caverns exiling a Blood Moon is terrifying. I'm going to take the Pyromancer. If they just go like Ritual Blood Moon, we could just lose on the spot. But if not, I'm getting down a Gurmag Angler next turn. Well, something, something, still a chance. All right. I mean, Pyro lets them refill their hand. Like, they had a draw to make their hand not awkward anymore. And they happen to hit, like, a draw into a draw. Like, I get that the Blood Moon does lock us out, but if they don't hit the ritual right there, then we've got a lot of time to work after that. Let's see. So, Freed redeemed a swag reveal. What are we going to swag reveal? What are we swag revealing? Something fun. I guess we'll do a story reveal. One of my my favorite cards I've ever gotten to play. Show off the Wraiths. I think we've showed the Wraiths. Maybe there might be new people that haven't seen them. So I guess that's fair. So we can do the Wraiths and the story behind the Wraiths. Why do people play that in Pox? Because they don't like having friends. So, I was hanging out at the house one day, and I get a text message from Matt from I'm Reddist over there, saying, God, what did the message say? It was like, do you want these? With a picture of some signed Street Wraiths. And as those of you who have been around the channel know, like, I'm working on signing out Death Shadow. And so he sends me a picture of these signed Street Wraiths. He's like, do you want these? And I'm like, yeah, how much are they? And he's like, just give me $40. I already bought them. I'm like, wait, what do you mean you already bought them? He's like, yeah, I already picked them up. Just send me the cash for him. I'm like, all right. So I sent him the cash for him. And like a week later, sure enough, they show up. Nice play set of signed Street Wraiths. All, if you can't tell, all Italian. So even better. Art by Cyril Vanderhagen. But yeah, it's just like the most random message I've gotten in a while. It's just like, yeah, I got these signed Street Wraiths. I don't need them. Here you go. Did I get the playmat from Howard Lyon? I did not. I do, however, have my my Death Shadows themselves shadow signed from Howard. So, that's pretty sweet. Mr. Jingles, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having a fantastic Thursday morning, evening, or afternoon, wherever you're at in the world. Are they foil? Absolutely not. I despise foils with a passion. For those of you who have not heard the story, when I was getting into Magic, I was really excited about foils. So, of course, like I wanted to get some. And one of the decks I was playing at the time was running Cryptic Commands. So I'm like, yeah, of course, I'm going to play Cryptic Commands. They got the sweet... God, what? The sweet player rewards. The player rewards promos. So I went out and like got a playset of the player reward promo Cryptic Commands. I was super excited about them. And like anybody who didn't know about foils when they started picking up foils, I didn't know there was a proper like holding technique for them or proper way to store them when you weren't playing them. So I ended up with these Cryptic Commands that looked like that. Just like use boat cryptics. And after that, I was like, after the money I spent on these cryptics, I'm never buying another foil again. And I never have. And I absolutely refuse to. Actually, that's a lie. I have bought one foil since then. And it's a foil Curse of Death's Hold. Because I needed one for an event with Jund. And the shop I was at only had a foil copy. So I've bought one foil card in 12 years. Proper way to store foils is in your trade binder. Proper way to store foils is to trade them away to the first person who will offer you any kind of value for them whatsoever. Embereth Paladin, I did not buy a single copy of. All the ones that I have that are foil were given to me. Did I get my shadows signed in person? Yes. There's actually a story behind that I've told on the channel too, so I guess I can run over that one. I was at GP Atlanta. It was modern, obviously, day 2. I'm like deep into the GP. It's like round 12 or 13. I'm still live for top 8 at this point. Like 12... Or no, I was like 11-2. Something like that. Still live for top 8. And I've been wanting to get my shadow signed like the entire event. So I have a round, like my round 13 or something, I'm against Mono Blue Prison. It's this weird like Ensnaring Bridge, Whir of Invention build. And I end up winning that one pretty quickly. So, like, run over to the artist booths and find Howard. And I'm like, is there any way that you can sign these? Like, I just got a few minutes between rounds. Would really love it. And he just, like, stops everything and signs these shadows. And he's, like, asking me about them. Like, do you enjoy the card? And I'm like, yeah, they're making me money right now in the main event. Like, I'm still live for top 8. And he's like, oh, my God, that's fantastic. He was super excited. Even if he was faking it. Super excited. But I got them signed, and I had to like walk around awkwardly for a few minutes because he signed them and then laid them out on the table like that. And so I had to walk around awkwardly with these shadows in hand for like a few minutes waiting on the ink to dry between rounds, and got some great looks from that. Let's see. Shame too, because some foil only cards like PT Snap and Judge Chalice are dope art. My favorite is actually the Judge Crucible of Worlds. Let me pull that up. So for anybody who doesn't know, the Judge promo Crucible Worlds comes with the old border. It's got like the 5th Dawn art, but the brown border, and I think it is on point. And if I was into foils, that would be like the first foil I bought. Mr. Jangles, just realized you have a stream. I was the prison player. Sorry, I ripped really good there. Nothing to be sorry about. We were talking about that line game 2. It was like, all right, if I take the seasoned pyromancer and you don't draw a ritual effect right there, I get to slam like Gurmag Angler or Shadow down next turn and just like ride that to victory. And I'm pretty sure that gets me across the finish line. I get to fetch Basic Island, play out that, and I just don't care about Blood Moon at that point. And then you drew the Spirit Guide, and entire chat was like, oh no, you should have taken the Blood Moon. So we're like 50-50 on that one. I say I'm 50% of the vote because it's my stream. But I had good games for sure. Like, I enjoyed it. I think Mono Red Prison's sweet. I'm not good with it because I'm not good enough to draw anything but lands. The promo Snapcaster is pretty sweet. Let's see, must be one of 4 people who prefer modern borders to old borders. I'm all about the old borders. Like, anything that I can get in original printing, especially if it's old border, I'm pretty big on. When that Time Spiral Remaster old border cards come out next year, my bank account is done. Isn't that like online only? Or is it paper? Oh, it's paper as well? Nice. That is going to be really sweet. God, that makes me wonder, would I get... I think I would get old border over original printings. I think I would do that. See, the worst part about the RL is I'll forever be stuck using hideous white border with candy cane text box on dual lands. I mean, you can always go with like 4 and black border. It's going to be pricey as hell, but you can do it. What kind of spoiler we got? Is this one of the spoilers from the new set? Kaldheim or whatever. Whenever a permanent an opponent controls is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, put a +1/+1 counter on Seraph Realm Eater. Alright, so like they fetch, you get a counter. Kill a dude, you get a counter. At the beginning of your upkeep, if Seraph has 1 or more +1/+1 counters on it, you may remove all of them. If you do, exile each other non-land permanent with converted mana cost less than or equal to the number of counters removed this way. Huh. That's pretty sweet. And it's exiled, they're not killed. J-Pod coming in with the 3-month subscription. Thank you so much. Welcome back to the continued support of the subscribers. Hope you're having a fantastic Thursday. That card does seem pretty sweet. Like, I don't know what you would do to just break it, because it is a 3-mana creature. It's not like you're playing it out early. You're playing it out on curve and hoping it sticks around and get value off of it. I really do appreciate the design aspect. We were talking about this the other day. Patrick Sullivan went on a big rant back when Ixalan was being spoiled about cards nowadays in Constructed not having drama. You think about cards that have made good standard, and it's things like Baneslayer Angel, where you put mana into it, and some percentage of the time you untap it, wins you the game. Some percentage they answer you with a 1-for-1 kind of evenly costed removal spell, and some percentage your opponent comes out ahead because they can answer it with a Doom Blade or for significantly less mana. And how that takes away from the drama of the game, because nowadays you have things like Uro, or in his argument, it was Ravenous Chupacabra, that just get an effect immediately, and they tax removal because now the effect already happened. Removal is less important because you've already gotten to do the thing. And they talked about that design beginning with like Rogue Refiner, Whirler Virtuoso, that you just got something. So I do really appreciate the design of this card not hitting its effect until the next upkeep. So it does have to come out, live, and then gets into the advantageous end of the spectrum. Do tokens count as permanents that hit the yard? Yes. Yes, they do. So tokens can die, and dying is when something hits the graveyard as opposed to being exiled. So they do hit the graveyard and like cause anything that would say hit the graveyard to trigger. Let's see. Yep. Boom. Straight from Wizards. They don't stay in the graveyard. You can't interact with them while they're in the graveyard, but they do hit the graveyard. If you could choose the number of counters to remove, I'd agree. But as it is, it's a little too crazy. Well, I mean, the fact that it can't exile itself to its ability is pretty sweet. I guess if it were you may put a 1/1 counter on it, that would make it interesting. Because theoretically, your opponent could just like, okay, I'm going to fetch again, so you got to exile like my 1/1 Shadow and your 2/2 Tarmogoyf or something. But because of the way his second ability is worded, if your opponent chooses to remove the counters, you don't get a priority opportunity to like fetch and add more counters. They just get to remove them all or not. So you can't like have your opponent say, yeah, I'm going to remove all the counters. Well, in response, I'm going to be fetching, so you add another counter and you exile your own thing. Like, you don't get to do that. Let's see what other people are saying. Fenrir. As commander, this guy really wants you to be blowing up your opponent's land. I guess commander is technically a thing. I don't know. I like it. I don't know how relevant it's going to be, but I think it's a sweet card. I think it's a design space that hasn't been approached, and I appreciate that. All right. Well, I think that I am going to call the stream there. Three leagues is definitely a good place to be. When we start earlier, we can kind of do that a little more often. I'm going to send everybody over to the Will Hall Experience, who's currently playing some Rakdos mid-range like what we played against earlier. So if you stick around, feel free to send some love from the channel. Other than that, appreciate everybody coming and hanging out on this wonderful Thursday. Look forward to playing a bit more Shadow tomorrow. Not sure what build we're going to play, but we do need to grind out some play points to try to get to challenge range for the weekend. So I will see everybody tomorrow if you decide to stick or decide to come by. Other than that, take it easy, have some good food, enjoy the rest of your Thursday.